Had, do you expect me to know what Twitch does? Twitch doesn't even know what they're doing, and I got no idea what that is. I mean, technically later when I'm playing Overwatch, there should be drops, but I don't know about the extra rewards or whatever. I got no idea. I got no idea about that. I got purchasing or gifting subscription. Oh, it's Discord. Oh, I don't know. Well, either well, I don't think Discord knows what they're doing either. Give me a sub then and find out. Be the tester. I hope you're doing well. Be the tester. Yeah, I have no idea. I never know what's going on. I just fucking post my shit on various websites and go live, dog. I was just kidding. You don't have to give me any. I was just joking. But yeah, but I don't know what the fuck it is. No damn idea. Discord, Twitch, gift subs. What's it say? Rewards enabled on Discord. It may just be a thing to where I don't know. It may just be a thing that is set up where if you're subbed, you get the sub color in the Discord, and you're able to use the emotes. That's all I can fucking think of it. I'm not aware of anything extra or anything like that, so I would have to like see it myself, like the actual link and shit. What's going on? They added Plants versus. Oh. Is that like in your DMs? Or like where the fuck is that? Like where the hell is that? Oh, it's on Twitch. Is there like anything to where the hype train? Is there anything like you can click to see more details? Or something like that? I don't know. Hold on. Maybe I can go to my channel and see. Oh, I might have it blocked though. Guess we'll find out in a second. It's Nitro? Oh shit, wait, is it Nitro for a month for like a gifted sub? Buy one sub. Bro, that's actually a sick fucking deal. What the hell? That's actually an insane deal for getting Nitro. What the hell? With the amount they have it at. Is it full Nitro or just classic? Oh, yeah, get 3 months of Discord Nitro with any new sub purchase. Well, shit. Well, I guess if you want Nitro for 3 months, you can sub to me. It's honestly a solid fucking deal. Damn, it started like 15 minutes ago, too. That's why I had no fucking idea. Purchase one subscription. You could just gift subs, too. You don't have to fucking sub yourself. Yeah, get 3 months of Nitro. Purchase one subscription. New or recurring gift subs to participate in the channel when the streamer is live and streaming within any category. Gift sub. No, hell no. I just spent money on fucking Overwatch that I saved. And I just went shopping. First time I've spent money in Overwatch that wasn't me using the coins I've earned to get a battle pass. Not spending any money on the game for, what, 2 years? Killing me with this because my Chatterino is right over where DMs are. Bro, those look like shit. Maybe I'm out of touch. Like, the pictures are fine. Like, I get what they're doing with the Ministry of Dark. The design's awful. Yeah! Excuse me. Hold on. Sorry, chat. Give me a sec. APA. Thank you. Can we play you? I'm not fucking buying that weird GBA shit, dog. I'll tell you what. I ain't doing it. Mostly because I still have to play the Mega Man GBA shit. Which is like 11. What up, Goose? Hope you're doing well. Okay. Sorry for all the pings in the server, by the way, if you're in there. Thanks for the heads up on this, chat. I would have had no idea, and then somebody would have come in later, like in the middle of something. I'll be like, "What the fuck are you talking about, dumbass?" And then I'd have to go look it up then. So I'll do that. I'm gonna. Okay, it's about to get loud for a second, chat. I'm sorry. It can't be helped. I mean, it can be helped. It is what it is, as kids say. I'm gonna go tiny mode. Why you do some stuff? I thought you were off today. Are you back at work today? I guess I've been live every fucking day this week. Everything's fucking blurring together. Everything's blurring together. Oh, you're just off yesterday is all. Okay. I don't wait. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm gonna be honest. I'll be honest. All right, we were at no more DMs. No more DMs. Oh, why does everybody choose to DM me and talk to me and do all this stuff to me when? Yeah, I already knew about. I already knew about this game and the promos. We just didn't have a release date. I think that it is dumb though. I didn't know there were two separate ones. I thought one was just gonna be for us and one was gonna be for. I thought Japan was gonna get our art and we were gonna get the OG art. Not you just get a fucking random one, you know, which is even more dumb. I didn't know what I thought you were talking about Discord promos. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Discord? I thought you were talking about that, not the fucking Yu-Gi-Oh game. I don't know why I did. Alright, so I think the tower is weak to wind.
What now?
Oh, you motherfucker. Stop messaging me right when I go live. Yeah, like, I've been up since like 7 a.m. You got that many hours to message me before I go live. Y'all need to chill. What the fuck am I doing? Notes. I remember what the hell I'm doing in here. This check DMs, absolutely not. Slip this note. Orgus stores up power, defense is up, remove its buff. Dark, okay, we do dark man. So it's dark man. Do I have, wait. Do I have something that can remove buffs for everyone? Said no in Keck? That would, honestly, you shouldn't have told me, because that just would have confused me later more than anything. I wouldn't have remembered saying all that. I would have been like, what the fuck are you saying? That's not it. Okay. Can... I need to find where the... Is it... Are you the debuff man? So, okay, this is debuff man. It's the faker man. Who am I leveling up? Do I... Okay. Gunner's at 15. I mean, honestly, we could do... But then I won't have healing. Shit. Assassin at 5. We could make him... We could make Heismay this, right? Do I have enough to change it? Oh, it's a cute.
I see.
And what's... I don't even know. Fuck it.
Fascinating. This right here, all right?
Yes.
I'm counting on you.
Of course.
Okay. This doesn't seem loud enough, Chad.
Steady effort is key.
Okay, skill inheritance. If I'm gonna steal anything, it's gonna be...
All right.
Okay, so, okay. How the fuck do you work? I need to learn how this works. Like, do I back row him? What are we doing here? Hands been flicking forget. Okay, yeah, but where do I put? Where doth his agility's insane. So he has Pierce. He does, wow, does he have a huge amount of deep? What's his? I mean, his defense not bad. We could have a full front row team with Hulky in the back, I guess. I guess. Wait, Stroll's on Gunner, isn't he? He's gonna be there anyway. So hopefully we get. If we don't get high enough, we'll just use the thing to give him the debuff to get the levels for the debuff. Fuck, I don't have dark magic otherwise. Maybe I do this. Hold on, I have an idea. What reportable quest? Oh, is it? What's his face now? Okay, I have an idea. We do this.
That is...
No. That's what yeah, I know I'm gonna do that. Waste a little bit. Where is... Voodoo? Well, hold on. Nightblade's more, but it would definitely help. What's his... That's strength is definitely higher than magic. So we want the strength. Dude, I do like stealing things though. I do like stealing things. Steal is so good. I guess what I could do is just. Oh, hold on! I have an idea. I'm gonna do something.
All
Fuck
right.
it. All right. I know what I'm gonna do, but for right now, we're gonna level up Faker.
What
I guess
now?
we're gonna go see him. I think that
Now,
might be
where was
15.
I?
We're doing things now. Everything's fucked.
Well, well.
Hey, did I get your? Oh, this is a level up now. Oh
You
shit.
don't say.
The quite a number of archetypes, you may be the most adept research partner I've had.
Incredible.
We did it. Oh, we get imagination.
All
We
right.
get a bunch of stuff. Now it's got to go somewhere. Oh,
Did
that's
I?
impossible. Hold on, I'm calibrating chat. I'm leaned back, dude. We are chilling until Overwatch, lady. We're bang chilling. Are you alright?
What? Not quite.
Recalled some memories that are slightly unpleasant.
What?
Memory of long ago, my time with a trusted comrade and his eventual betrayal, though I cannot even recall his
It
face.
appears that
I had deep trust in him, so the wounds on my heart were equally so. It seems I never had an eye for people. But you do.
It'll be fine.
Indeed. Try to deny my better judgment now that it cast doubt on you. Well, that's the last thing I would want.
I must apologize.
I'm sorry, I find myself thinking in circles so often here, and kernels of doubt so easily grow to overshadow in my mind entirely. For example, I believed I was conducting research in this research of my own volition, but is that the truth? Lately, I've felt my research may actually be by another's will, and that I only labored under their guidance. I was so happy to imagine my memories restored, but now I wonder if some things are best left forgotten. I don't
No.
give in. A fair point. Life is full of both good and bad. My apologies, I didn't mean to let any bitterness slip out. Perhaps because I'm so unused with these days, but I do so struggle with conversation. You truly are too kind to me. Thank you for being here. It means more than I can. Rank 5.
Often I find your words
Ooh,
resounding
Seeker
in
gets a
me.
third. Shit.
Well then,
Alright, what's next? 20? Oh, General. Oh, well, I guess we'll do that after this tower.
This one's important.
Oh, it's only 15. So
can
General's
depend
probably
only
the
on you.
second one, right? I would guess. General's probably number 2. Number dos.
how good of you to come.
What now?
Fuck is it?
I see.
What's the fucking next? Commander. Well, what's it go to, man? I wish I could like see the whole truth.
I see.
I'm guessing not. This is that. I don't. Pet the kitty.
That's a good kitty.
Oh. You'll come again.
Okay. Ba 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 da ba da ba ba ba.
What now?
Right, me and Hayes May up front, Stroll and Hulkenberg in the back. Got shit done. Let's go up this tower, baby.
Do you need something?
Need to be careful. The Go-born started chasing me after I pulled. Oh boy, well. Poison pro. Well, I have poison, so. Alright, let's go.
Okay, then. Let's go.
Get this cleared in a day, baby. I ain't got time for this dilly-dally shit. Oh god, it's a... I mean, why am I surprised? It's a fucking tower, FJ, you moron.
There they are.
Well, that's
They'll
not
need
ideal.
more than this.
Well, they're not gonna like my, yeah. You assholes weak to free
We're evenly
juggling.
matched. Guess we better stay on our toes.
A Go-born Lego.
Now we strike.
Wait, what? Free week almighty day? What? What the hell? Well,
I
that's
must
cool.
Stay calm. Face me.
Let's find out if they're weak to dark. I would assume they're not. But, oh, that's some good fucking damage.
Is everyone all right?
Are they weak to light?
Oh, Mystic Purge! It's almost decided, Bird.
Indeed. Ever the consummate knight.
Only
I shall
one
fight.
Wild
Let's
Barrage.
make an end of it.
Only use from that robe. Deals medium pierce damage to all enemies 2 to 3 times. Whoa, now that's a combo.
Something else. I
Okay.
call upon royal power within. Pierce.
By the chivalrous spirit of the night. Night!
You weak to wind for some
Wind.
reason? Okay, you're weak to dying. Death is a
Whoa,
good
not too
weak.
shabby. Let's keep this up, everyone. Be careful. There's more of them.
Right there.
Oh,
I can feel my power grow.
If you are struggling, it would do you well to heal.
listen,
What
chill.
now?
There. There. There ain't a shot in hell this isn't a mimic. There ain't a shot in... Whoa! Look at him! He's a king!
They're pretty tough.
He's a
Be
king
careful.
boy!
Face me. Rancor.
That makes sense.
Is everyone all right? Cleric! Shine!
Hulkenberg got them
Now,
right in their
what's the
weak
play?
spot.
No holding back.
The play, poison.
This better hit.
Let's stay calm. Lend me your strength. No. Night! Scour!
You think yourself equal to a Ujief's agility? I leave it to you.
Oh, power of heroes!
Smack him up, smack him up!
Nice dodge. You've got some fancy footwork, Stroll.
Thank you, Stroll. Good
I shall
shit.
vanquish evil.
Smack him.
Pierce.
It's okay. Night! Wind!
Smack him.
A tough one.
Be neither
What if I
tippy
just do
nor
this?
formidable
Oh,
indeed.
damn, 111 ain't bad.
Oh, Mystic Purge!
Good hit. Not too bad. Could have been worse.
did it. All right.
That's lovely.
Turquoise.
There they are.
There are still some foes around. Don't let your guard down.
I imagine that would be of
We
use.
got this.
I see the enemy.
Come on!
That's all of them.
Alright, easy
We're safe
overworld
for the
kills,
time being.
thank God. At least a few of them. Oh God, what's that big boy over
I
there?
think there's treasure nearby.
Oh, it's just that, I don't. Alright, another mimic.
What now?
Honestly, for a moment, we're gonna do this until we get to. There's gonna be a bunch of these. Oh boy.
You're just Rustapop Faker. I'll take this. Sorry.
Going graced water, hell yeah.
Observe the power of heroes.
Hulkenberg got them right
Now,
at the
Gunner!
weak spot.
Pierce!
I will fight with pride. Knight! Wind!
Be neither timid. A favor, if I may.
Cleric. Oh, mystic purge.
Don't do this. No. This. No. Damn it. Don't do that. No.
Hard.
Well, at least I'm
Lost her
awake.
memory.
I
I'm
call
awake
upon
now.
royal power within.
Fucking course I can.
This better hit.
It's okay. We can do this.
Oh, sick.
Here.
I'm obliged.
Sick.
May this prove a lesson. Face me. Mustn't too slow.
I stand cleric. Shine.
I don't think this is gonna kill.
Hulkenberg got them right at
Can't
the weak
afford to.
spot.
Are you prepared?
Spread
Run
him.
them through. Not done yet.
Please dodge. Crit and weak. Beautiful.
Hulkenberg's down.
Can anybody dodge anything?
Lightning knocked out. Someone help me get back in the fight. Not like this. Someone help.
I won't hold back. Scour!
Pain in my ass.
All right. Victory is ours.
Nice.
Good find.
Oh, Leaf alive. I mean, that's not really too surprising. Trump's been doing a ton of fucking
What now?
podcasts. I think Kamala has too. I don't fucking care. I mean, what, wasn't Trump already at like some UFC event a few months back too? Makes sense. A lot of young men are going for Trump right now, so it makes sense to go after wrestling and UFC and all those things that dudes are into. Okay, God, there's so many. Do I have one? Oh wait, I have a light one that I can probably equip for a second, can't I? Hold on, we're gonna do that. Where is it?
Right there. Forward! There they are.
We have yet to defeat them all. On guard.
Right there. Charging in.
You found
I don't
something.
want to fight that, mostly because it's a waste of my time.
Nice.
Why are you there?
No use for that.
Stop it.
There they go.
I see the enemy.
Stop
You
that.
do it.
I get there 2 more. This is another goddamn. Thank God.
All right.
Look at that.
Sailcloth magic +4. Oh, hold on. Is that good
What now?
for? Is that good for Hulky? All stats. I mean, it's too. I mean, all stats is good, but that magic 4 for her right now is probably gonna come in. Means I can put the all stats +1 on highs.
Right there.
Act fast. Let's get win this.
We're evenly matched.
Bro,
Guess
oh,
we
they're
better stay on our
they're
toes.
just not even weak to anything.
Now accept your fate. No,
They have anything fun? A Visco helm.
I'll use what I must. I'll take this.
I have it.
Sorry.
Why, hello there, treasure.
Ice come. Not now. Let us fight as one. Oh, power
Oh yeah, I
of
don't
heroes.
have
Oh, mystic purge.
made.
Still standing,
I shall fight as the noble I am. Gunner! Pierce! They die hard!
I will fight with pride. Knight! Light! Just one left.
Okay.
Only one left. Finish them
Oh,
off
power of
quickly.
kings.
Oh, I couldn't steal from him either. I was trying to get 2 of them. I was trying to get 2 of the helms.
Great job, everybody.
Wait, did I get a helm too as a drop?
Do not strike if you're obviously outclassed.
What now?
Just get 2 of those fucking helms. God damn it, I did. Endurance +3. Is that better for as a knight? Or at least maybe stroll? Oh, I can't wear it. Well, it is what it is. Oh,
See the enemy.
Very impressive.
ass. Oh man, I wonder if this one's another buddy sitting in the open.
I hope you're prepared.
Was it demon?
Faker! Nothing personal. Sorry.
Boink.
Why, hello there, treasure.
Let justice prevail.
See how much it does now.
Hulkenberg got them right.
560. Dude.
Run them through! That didn't hit!
You gotta aim better than
Stroll, you suck.
Knight!
Flare.
that. You hit their weakness.
Let us clean up
That's
this
your
mess.
opening, Captain.
Face me! There's a... You won't escape!
Please miss. 3 people? No way! Come on, man.
Stroll, this is no time to sleep. They're on us.
For all that we strive for. Oh, mystic purge.
Hulkenberg got them right in their weak spot.
It's okay. Knight! Light!
You hit their weakness.
May this prove a
That's
lesson.
your opening, Captain.
Never underestimate a fool.
I have a sleepy wake up.
This should work.
Fuck up, idiot.
Thanks.
Is everyone cleric? Shine.
I shall fight. Gunner!
Please fucking don't
better
miss
hit.
again.
Right on target.
Oh, a
Let's
sick
take
crit
let's
too.
go.
What the hell?
Flare.
Enough?
You think yourself equal to a UG? Too slow!
Oh, good shit, guys.
Let's catch our breath.
Ever greater heights.
Ah,
Whoa.
Here we go.
superior enigmatic accessory. I mean,
What now?
maybe you need to be in the back, Heise. Maybe it's a back team and I'm just up front. Alright, well,
What now?
alright, let's go. Next floor. And a door.
It shouldn't be anything we can't handle. We'll be okay.
Oh, you motherfucker. Bro, fucking give up.
Looks like we're
There
out.
they are.
Dad?
They're down.
Expect no
Man,
more.
Everyone.
Now we strike.
Well, let's find out about some juggling. Hey, chat.
All right, let's go.
Oh, shit, we're going in. Oh, he tripped. Oh, no, it was a ruse. Oh, my lord.
Apologies. Would you finish it?
Oh, healing power, grant us solace. Behold, we stand together.
Honestly, I'm most worried about him.
Mystic purge.
We cannot falter, Hulkenberg.
Good to start.
3 enemies
Now,
left.
what's the
We
play?
can do this.
Yeah, they've been speckled, boy. What I mean. I almost don't want to hit these guys, just so I can do this next
Give me
turn.
your aid. Not the right move.
You know what?
I'll hold my ground.
I'm gonna be smart. I'm doing okay, man.
3 enemies left. We can do this.
Let's set it up. Come forth, royal soul. Is there another way? I won't hold back. Wind.
Let's do this. The
You think
captain's
yourself
just went
equal
down.
to it? Oh, power of kings.
We're evenly matched. Guess we better stay on our toes.
Faker. Tosla, formidable indeed.
Only 2
I
enemies
step
left.
on
Stay
power
sharp.
of heroes. Shine.
Hulkenberg got one.
That's
Who's
it,
next?
Hulkenberg. I can't. No holding back.
Don't fuck up. Thank God. Thank God.
Okay, I don't think there's
I'm doing
any
all right,
backup
man.
coming. Let's keep moving.
A halfway decent result.
Hey,
Excellent.
31.
I've grown more powerful.
Ah,
I see the end.
push through.
On your toes, everyone.
All right. How's that? All right. How's that?
Abilities feel stronger.
And that's the end of that.
Right there.
Avoid the fight. Stand ready.
Forward. Dad. All right.
And
How's
have
that?
a use for that.
I'm right here.
Right, we did it.
There they are.
That might be of use later.
Charging in.
Very impressive.
We got rid of the crystal.
Oh,
Great
thank,
job.
thank God. Oh,
Let's stash that somewhere safe.
that could have gone worse.
What now?
Okay. Wait, is that where I'm going? Yeah. More stairs. More stairs. Oh, that's a big boy. Oh, that's some big boys. What the hell is up here? Two big fellas indeed. Hopefully he can't see me over this railing. So I'm gonna go kill his octopus buddy and not have to deal with him. There's no way he can't see me unless he's...
Right there.
They're gone. The danger is behind us.
I'm an idiot. I want that
Now.
beetle. Okay, so you can't get behind those things. Oh, I'll just take... Don't turn around random.
If it's useful, I say grab it.
Ah, bitch, fuck you. Can't wait for there to be 2 more of them in here. That I can... Well... Shouldn't wish for things. Is this a fight or a...
This is bad. They're onto us.
Time for some close combat. I see the enemy. Forward!
Be careful. There's more of them.
I know there's more of them.
Nice. You're gaining strength. Great find.
Good shit.
Keep it.
Charging in. Time for some close combat.
No. No. Ow.
Careful now. They look pretty tough.
236.
Forward! Come and get me. Charging in.
Hit me or I hit him. Oh, this is horse shit.
My strength. Huh? Stroll's dazed. He won't land any attacks like this.
Fuck. Well, I think I have to beat him. I was just trying to get behind one of them. The targeting's wonky.
Now accept your fate. Mustn't settle for the
They're
easy
pretty
way.
tough.
Orgo's
Be
grip.
careful.
Faker!
Well, might as well
Nothing
steal something if I can.
What a blunder.
So much for that.
What?
We can't remember, so smack.
Hulk and Burst. She's gonna have a tough time hitting her mark.
Oh, it's hitting. Hold on. Hold on. I'll restart.
My strength.
I thought I was silenced. I'm an idiot.
Captain, your attacks have been weakened.
Faker! I'll take this. I'll be taking that.
Why, hello
Okay, good
there,
restart.
treasure.
Is everyone all right? With blade in hand!
You weak to this? The hell are you weak to? Oh.
Run if you want, but you can't escape my aim.
You're not even good enough to be my fake.
Pierce!
Heisman,
It's okay.
That's a lot of
We can do
ailments.
this.
Be careful out.
Come forth, royal soul. Scour!
Oh. Oh, bye, Hulky.
No, not yet.
Bro, stop giving me ailments!
If anyone get on healing duty.
On me, we go together. No. I'll use this.
Helpful as ever.
Stroll,
No.
they got you with multiple ailments.
Thanks.
I will not let you die.
That helped.
Much I'd like the debuff right now.
I owe you. I can't afford. I call upon royal power within.
Alright, well, this thing is useless for fighting these guys. Unless I get a poison off lucky.
I will
Hulkenberg,
fight
you've
by
got
this power.
several ailments slowing you down.
Wind.
Oh no. Oh no. Uh-oh. Goodbye. This one's over. See you later. Alright, I have an idea though, chat.
Faker.
I have an idea,
Much
chat.
perhaps. Now we strike. I must stay calm.
Pack shots is crazy. Chilling.
Oh, power of kings. I have my methods.
Observe the enemy.
Unfucking fortunate.
Cleric. Oh, Mystic Purge.
Run if you want. Gunner. Run them through.
By the chivalrous spirit of the come forth, royal soul. Come on.
Oh. My brain hole works a little bit.
Allow me to use this.
Thanks.
Ice Cleric. Shine.
Hulkenberg, pull yourself together.
Now, what's the play?
Add the 3 minutes, chat. I have the worst team to face this motherfucker. I have like the worst team composition.
Is that all?
Knight. Scour.
I missed. Don't get sloppy, Captain.
Let us clean up this mess.
I'm gonna try and run. Oh, you're a dick.
Captain, your attacks have been weakened.
Retreat.
Okay.
Don't get too relaxed. These monsters are relentless.
Hey, sometimes you gotta tactically retreat, chat. Dude, I tried. Oh, I tried my ass off to get that. Wait, are we at the fucking top? Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sure this will go
There
well.
they are.
They noticed us. On your guard.
Oh yeah, y'all blow up. Chill, 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 chill.
We got this.
Right there. Come on! Alright, how's that?
Look alive.
Charging in.
We are not done yet.
Come on! I see the enemy.
You found something. Take it with us.
Right there.
Glad that's over.
Yeah, let's have foreshadowing. Well, I know the one at the top has a dark weakness. I know that much. Like, when I get to the top, they have a dark weakness.
I don't
So
like
I have
this.
some sort of fucking weakness against them.
Don't lose focus.
Which seems like we're here. Well, so much for leveling up
What
this
now?
shit in here. Alright, so what we need to do is 17 of these. When did I get all these? Why am I just not leveling up everybody? I need Faker to 12, I
I
think is
have
what it
retained my
was.
edge.
13.
My power swells forth. Steady effort is key. I have retained my edge.
Okay, De Kaja is what I want. That's why I even had Faker on in the first place. For Heisman.
All right.
Okay, sick. Now we have Nightblade as well back. Gunner's not. I'm not sure I want Gunner on him. Maybe let's go Pugy. Merchant could work. What do I have on Pugy?
Pugilist!
Cold attack would be fun. I mean, if I'm using Crushing Fist,
All right.
normal attacks become critical. Oh, strength +5 increases damage against giant type monsters. Whoa, that's perfect. That's perfect, ain't it? Am I not going against a giant? I assumed they were giant-like. Yeah, my defense doesn't drop all that much, honestly. Where's the dark one? That's one. So Mage Darkness. We have Heisme able to hit 2. We have Hulkenberg for healing. Man, I wish I could just save right here.
What now?
Back. Front. Front. Back.
What now?
Did I miss anything that they can wear, maybe? All HP recovery. Evasion's +5 on this, even though I'm losing defense. I'm gonna put... Oh wait, that's already on. Wait, why is Noble Tuxedo on me? What the hell? Gotta be a better one than that, right? Yeah, magic +4 I think would be a little better. Oh, that's on you. I wonder if it's not on me. I guess, huh? Shit. Strength 2, magic 2. Agility, let's see, that's just plain worse. Okay. Oh, okay, oh wait, what do I have on? Increases the, oh, the success, yeah, I want that. Gauntlets, I mean, I think that's probably the best I have. Put the best on, but I'd rather just have the HP. Increases dark attack. The bludgeon. Pulverizers are good. I think what I might put this on. Just to increase the strength of the dark. Yeah. The fuck I got inherited on me? Cycle. Might as well. Okay, I'm probably over preparing for this, or I'm not over preparing for this. Fucking knows. The hell if I know. I don't know. I think I spent most of the dad break there doing that, so y'all didn't miss anything.
Yep.
Alright, let's see about an asshole.
This place.
Let's see about a butthole. I heard a butthole lives here. Oh, God. That's where she's from. We are here to identify the monster we seek by his horn. Probably that one dead center, huh? Looking like Luffy with that chest.
Are we clear?
Yeah.
Get ready.
Alright, let's go, chat. Big fight. Big boy. Well, we know he's weak to this. Let's decrease.
Some darker arts.
Hit their weakness.
Oh, big damage.
I stand ready. Come! Not this
They're
one.
Do we
weak
know
to darkness.
anything now?
Let's blot him out.
Oh, power of heroes!
Let's find out. Please don't
Shine.
reflect. Okay, so
okay.
I do base
We can
damage.
do
Sick.
this. I won't hold back. Shroud.
Hit their weakness.
Now, what's the play?
That's your opening, Captain.
Are you prepared? You'll be done.
Hack him. We resist. That still did 200
Perhaps this
though.
suits me best. Face me! Too much, perhaps? Oh, power of kings! Rancor!
Woo!
Oh, healing
Woo!
power, grant us solace. Cleric! I will protect you!
Helpful as ever.
I'll show you the essence of truth. Let's go! Darkness!
With these fists, I shall vanquish evil. No, not this. Are you prepared?
Might as
I'll
well.
crush you.
Uh-oh. This over here, Hulk. Okay, we're good.
Troll's dazed. He won't
I'll
land any
use what I
attacks like
must.
this.
He'll be fine.
Some darker arts.
Hit their weakness.
Observe the enemy.
This is the stupidest I know.
Come!
Why, God?
A mystic
They'll
shield.
pale 52 months, you mad lad.
My thanks.
Welcome back.
My thanks.
Hope you're doing well, friend. It's been a minute.
I will fight with pride. I won't hold back. Proud.
Hit their weakness. That's your opening, Captain.
Pugilist.
Dude, my agility is so fucking fucked for
Let us
this
clean
poor
up this
piece of
face
shit.
me.
Wait, what
No.
can I? Wait, can I steal from?
They're pretty tough.
Who knows? Fuck it. We're gonna find out.
Nothing personal.
It'll, Akbar probably.
Hello
He's
there,
close to
treasure.
Oh, healing
100 now,
power,
I think.
grant us solace.
They're probably up there in the 50s, though, pale.
Let justice prevail. Oh, mystic purge!
I don't keep track of that shit. You are part of the 12 years
Nice
club.
one, Captain.
Oh shit, sick dodge?
Let's go!
He won't land any attacks like this.
Darkness!
Hit their weakness.
I'm not even
Captain.
following myself. Yeah, you, I know Akbar's close as well. Well, it's still 12 years. Like, you're not there yet. You're rounding up by 4 days. You're rounding up. I'm pretty sure Akbar's that high too. I don't know if Chris, maybe Mike is, but he might have unfollowed me back when I first did follow alerts to see his name pop up. I remember a lot of people did that.
No
I,
holding back.
I can still hit. I don't give a
You'll
fuck.
be dust.
Right on target.
Oh, and a crit. Good
Be neither
shit.
timid nor arrogant.
Did I get an
Now
item
accept your
last time?
fate.
I don't remember.
I'll take this. No
Nope.
coin to your name.
Nothing but empty pockets.
Okay.
Oh, healing power. Cleric!
And this is really
Are you
cool,
alright?
honestly.
That helped.
Quite a boon.
Galissapod?
I owe you.
It's okay.
That
We
thing.
can do
Wait,
this.
I look like Galissapod? Oh, that Heismay turns into. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. That's the assassin class. I can kind of see that.
I won't hold back. Proud.
You know what?
Take that.
Dude, he keeps critting. He's a legend.
Perhaps this suits me best. Assassin! Rancor!
Hit their weakness. Nice
Is everyone
move,
alright?
Heismay.
Oh, power of heroes! I will protect you!
This is from the makers of
thanks.
Persona, but it's a fantasy story, much more adult-oriented. The battle system's similar, the archetypes are similar, but it definitely does its own thing. I'm highly enjoying it. Exactly, I'm not dating kiddos. Okay,
Let's go. Darkness.
Hit their weakness.
I shall
That's your
fight
opening,
as the
Captain.
noble. No holding back. You'll be dust.
adopting because I never see
Not
you
yet.
online.
Huh.
I'm
me
doing it less and less. This past week, because I wanted to play a lot of this game, I've been live every day, but I'm trying to keep it to once a week while I'm looking for work and making ends meet.
Assassin!
So it is what it is. So I'm doing a lot more. I'm uploading YouTube shit, you know.
Oh, healing power. Grant us
This legit might be like Game of the Year contender. I think it's too anime to ever win. And I think shit like, you know, the Elden Ring DLC, rightfully so, might get it. But I've been highly enjoying them. Especially, I'm not even a huge fantasy guy, you know, like fantasy stories. This is engaging and I love it. Dude, I still haven't started Balatro because I'm scared it would put me down the Isaac hole. That's what I've said. I've played like 1,000 hours of Isaac, like not 1,000, but you know, probably damn near close to 1,000 hours of Isaac, and I feel like Balatro would fucking take me down that fucking road. Well, that was easier than the dudes on the other floor. Helldivers 2. I don't know. Sony kind of fucked that up for me. So, that is what it is there. Space Marine. I heard that was good, but I haven't played it, and I've never really played Warhammer, so. What the fuck are these bonuses for? What happened here? Did I not get hit? Wait, hold on. Did I not get hit because I dodged his, like, one attack? Did I? Oh, shit. Yeah, I've seen a bunch of people playing it.
Okay.
Triple level, the double rank up. Love to see it, baby.
Not bad at all.
Okay, that's a shit rank up.
Nice.
I heard about that. I've been watching Barber's King, if you know him. I've been watching him play a lot of that, and that game does look fucking fun as shit. Or that, you know, collection of games.
I continue to grow.
A new power to wield.
Increases critical hit rate when knocking out an enemy at the beginning. Oh, okay. So if I knock out an enemy, then we get critical. Okay.
Steady effort is key.
Don't want to watch anybody. I think you'll like it. I think you'll like it. Deals heavy physical dark damage to one enemy. Oh, I just get assassinate now. It's not even a thing anymore. Oh, that's sick. Dude, that was easier than the orc on the floor below. What the hell? You have 5 hours in it? I don't know if you played it. The party one, though. The party one looks fun. That's the one I've seen Barb do a lot of. But the throwing a party one looks fun as shit. %60 oil, 30% pleasure. Listen, sometimes that's what you got to do to the enemy bosses, Anna.
Good.
Where's the other 10? Wouldn't you like to know? Excellent. We've acquired what we were tasked with for treat. You haven't figured out how to play the party game yet? From what I've been watching him, it's just prioritize those star guests or whatever that you get. That's really all I... Because I've never played. I've just kind of watched him in passing. You know, prioritize those, you know, special guests. And then, like, make sure you have somebody so that the cops don't fucking get called or something. Horns such as this would please any craftsman. I should like to see his reaction. I want to explore a little more. Just because I didn't notice if there was a door back there or not. Oh, there is a door back there. Oh, I could have just gone up either side. Mooncat. I watched him do that fucking ants game for like 300 years. That ant game didn't look fun. Oh, I left the thing down there. Game is fucking few. Make sure. Oh, what the hell? Ew, ew. That's a funky. We gotta go back to floor 3. God, let's just run down. Fucking, I ain't scared. Oh shit. Well. Oh, whoa. Well, shit. I probably should have ran here for. Wait, what is this? This is where I just did. Where am I? Where did I go? Can I like see out? No, of course it's foggy. Whoa, we're in the sky. Alright, let's go. Is there another one over there? Hold on. Second prize.
It's all clear.
So we're gonna have to come back here at some fucking point to fight something. Yeah, there are a lot of Mario ROM hacks that like invert your fucking controls. So like if you're like in the water or some shit, left is right and right is left, you know, and that kind of shit, and like, you know, B is A and A is B and shit like that, but only while you're in like the water. And that would just fuck my brain up, because even just like in Mario Maker 2, you know, when you could just turn the screen upside down, like that fucks with my brain too.
They noticed us. On your guard.
If they're just gonna blow up. Oh man.
Damn, they're onto us.
It's a pot, we're fine. We're worried about down here with these motherfuckers we gotta run by. Excuse me, pardon me,
This
coming
is bad.
through.
They're onto us.
Damn, they didn't even move. They don't give a fuck. Here's you. How the hell did you not see me? You are definitely gonna see me. How did you not? Man, they just don't give a fuck, do they?
You found something. Let's take it with us.
There they are. Time for some close-up.
Push through. Great move back there. Nice.
Oh, it's an actual treasure. Oh, well, that's good for when I do Commander, I guess. Signal used by a general whose wise orders save. Oh, I can purify it too. Okay, well, this will be good for Commander. So long, I missed the whole. Are y'all still a thing? Or is it not a thing now since you're bringing it up like this? Is it like a wife now? Or what are we talking here? You take half your money?
Looks
You
like
take
it's not
half
safe
her
yet.
money?
Stay alert.
Bitch is gone? That fucking bitch. Was it like a bad breakup or just kind of happened? Hopefully amicable. Or nothing like she died tragically in an automobile accident. And I'm making light of it unknowingly. He tried to ghost me and I was okay with it. I mean, that's fair enough. Like if we're doing something, I'd rather you ghost me and just fuck off. You know, just if you want to go, just fucking be like, I'm out, and then leave. Oh, but she lived here. Okay. Well, I don't know. But you like sneaking through windows and shit? Like put on like a blanket whenever she's walking through a room. Just be like, you can't see me. Walked down to the living room, she was trying to jam her cat, and I was like, sup, I'm leaving. Like, leave. Alright, drive safe. Like, oh. See you later. Like, what do you say in this situation? You need some help carrying your bags? Like, what do you say?
What now? What now?
So we're done here. So a couple band shirts. An air fryer. And a like an AC unit, like a window one? Oh hell no. Be pissed for that shit. Hold on. I think I'm done here. Got everything. We beat everything. And now we can go back. And we can start doing infiltration setup. So I'm pretty sure we're done. Got the horn, cleared the thing, we got everything in here, we beat everything. Alright, let's go.
Right?
Oh. Could you just play like video games next to her instead of doing nothing? Would that like not count? I'm at the tower of the real slog. At least we got the thing that we were
I
looking for.
believe.
Craftsman who made ornaments.
Hold on.
Sure.
A candidate.
Relieved to see Katharina's okay. Third loss she suffered at my hand. Hell yeah, good job, Eggy.
Right?
Oh, your PC was back here.
Hold on.
Luis's.
Hell was that fucking laugh I just heard? You put a couch in here so they can chill, and then she never did. Hey, at least you got a couch. Now, see, now you just gotta move from the PC to the couch,
Let's make it
and
happen.
you're good. You've just prepared for the future.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
That means
Your newish one? I think you did at some point. I don't remember. Yeah, I get it, Bard. I get it. We gotta go turn some stuff in, pal. Before we
All right, then.
start. Before I start going.
go.
Alright, we gotta go turn this. There's probably not a bounty. Doesn't. I kind of want to look up.
Say that.
Oh, I got toothbrush for that guy too. I gotta go give it. So, hey, you want that horn, dog? Yeah, it's the ebony horn. Thank you very much.
Mission accomplished.
Oh, I forgot it was 25,000
All right.
cash. For courage. Oh shit! I think we're a third of the way
Well
there.
then. Huh?
Oh, what the hell? Yeah, Orguses are pain in the ass, bro.
All right then.
Thank God.
Say there.
Dude, Orguses were kicking my ass, dude. I ain't gonna fucking... Where's
right.
the other guy? Where's Toothbrush guy? Where's he at? I thought he was somewhere in this fucking city. Am I misremembering? Guy, you wanted to... Did I take too long to get him his toothbrush? Do I just have a fucking toothbrush now? You've probably seen Poochie.
Simply amazing. Hey, you.
So I've had Poochie for a while now.
Say.
There he is. I knew he was somewhere. Hey, I got your toothbrush. Poochie, my doggo. We got in February now.
Proper aces.
We got him as a pupper. Because they're just kind of running in the road with their mom one day. And we corralled them back into their yard. And then like a week or so later, my mom saw like a Facebook post. The puppies we corralled back into the yard. He's fat now? Oh, it's like Aurora, but a fatty. Tubbers. Do I have a recent fucking one? Aurora sitting in this. Or not Aurora. I got that fucking video. He's bigger now. I'll take a picture. In a little bit. It's been a little bit. He's been growing. Used to be, you know, in my lap, and now he's too big for that. Aurora is under me. My ottoman's under my desk, and she's like where my desk is sitting now. It's just nice and dark and solitude. She's always laying at the end of it. Actually, give me 1 second. Aurora does that when she wants to do that. A lot of the time she'll just lay there, but if she wants to follow me out, if I'm going out. We're starting to venture her way out onto our porch now a little bit. She's never been an outside cat. Well, most of the time she'll just do her own thing and lay somewhere, regardless of me. Poochie though he is an attached good boy. He's free. He is running around trying to lick you or bite at you or jump on you and pet you and they say can kill all the mouth's toxins in a flash. Oh, hell yeah. Easy enough.
Mission accomplished.
The one down. Oh, gold beetle? Hell yeah.
Just can't stand it.
Better watch out for them. No, they're real. I've talked to a few. They tell me things I already know.
Yeah?
Okay. Now all the quests just really are... Wait, what the hell is this? Oh, I guess I could go over to the Coliseum, huh?
How grand.
All right then.
And check out that, because the weather's not shit. Do I have enough beetles?
head there right
Let's
away.
check that. Hold on. I don't think I have 11. I can check my thing, or I can just talk. How many do I have?
Hey there. Hey there.
Okay, 2 more. Okay, I need 2 more.
All right then.
Fucking Coliseum.
Let's go.
It's the one that says Coliseum. Okay, I don't know what the hell's going on in here. Pompous Noble. What up? Alright, pal.
Yep.
Goddamn right. I'll be busy watching the fights.
What do you want to do?
I've seen greater wonder. Best I'm intrigued. Might I hear these adventures?
Amazing.
The Forsaken Tower.
Aha.
Welcome back, Ben. Followed you. Nah. Yeah, I beat the asshole at the top of it. I'd like the deed. The reprobate had you running errands for him. Well, no matter, I suppose. Take it. Hell yeah, easy. Smooth talking, eloquent me. Glad I got a limit. I might not be able to do this if I wasn't at 3. Probably I'd lend him money as long as he entertained me, but as of late, I'm a thoroughly boring man. Oh, shit, I got you. Yeah, I was a pain in the ass. I certainly heard the name Orgus, but a monster that walks like a man. Fascinating. Thrilling tale, well told. I applaud you, young sir. Thus you have saved me from boredom. Here's your deed. Do take it. I'm a legend.
Indeed.
Sending an elder candidate to negotiate for him. The very idea. I suppose he's still capable of piquing my interest. Simply loaned him money. Built his way up from having absolutely nothing, so I had high expectations. Sold the tavern just as money started rolling in. Didn't hesitate for a second. Told there was no sport in life if he won without trying. Regardless, surprisingly fun young candidate. You're an interesting fellow, the kind I wouldn't mind throwing my support behind. Hell yeah.
All right then.
Another quest done.
Let's go.
That's not where I wanted to go.
Let's head there right away.
Hey, I got your deed, bro. Here you go. With this collateral, I'll be able to start a brand new business. I did tell you I was the place's founder, not its proprietor. Certainly didn't mean to misrepresent myself. The curse of a naturally silver tongue, I suppose. Thanks, dog.
Mission accomplished.
The deed, the money, a toke.
Thank you.
Oh, come on.
Business is booming. And for what? To doom myself to a life of boredom and lethargy like any other slug of a noble? Life's too short for that. Better to find new challenges in life than waste my years basking. What better challenge than to help a dear loyal friend become our next king? Thanks for your support, dog. Ow. Fuck. Ow. What up, Boyd? Hope you're doing well. Alright.
All right then.
Still at 30. Ow, why are you still throwing stuff at me? I didn't do nothing. I didn't do nothing. Ow. Dick.
All right then.
Wait, is today sale day?
All right.
Hold on.
What? All right then.
That just hit my brain.
Let's go.
hole. There we go. Thank you, Boyd, for throwing all the stuff at me. All right.
This is on sale right now.
Hope you're doing well. Hopefully that got whatever it was out of your system, pelting me with my own egg that's in my pouch. Praise. Oh yeah, I got about 8 billion of those accessories to praise. Oh, praise. Oh boy. All right, here we go, chat. We got some stilettos. Why are we throwing shoes? And some cinquetas. Baker. We got a ninja blade, and hey, isn't that abacus I didn't buy? The bourgeoisie one. It's not as good as the one I have. We got the briny threads, which are 2 shell vests. Alright, it could be worse. Light armor, 2 of those, which are occult gloves. Okay. Briny light armor, which are... Oh, another Vesco helm. I think I have 3 of those. Bring 2 magic too. Alright. The briny accessory trace. 2 more Knight's bracelets. Okay. Oh, a Scout's anklet? Whoa, that could be good for Heisme. And then the superior enigmatic accessory. Mage, what the hell is mage? What is that? What is that? That seems good. Oh, it's 20% off, Dana. 20% off. 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 20% off Well, I think I have already something that's better than that. Pretty sure I have something better than that. I already have a naval sidearm. Pearl mace don't need. I already have that. Wait, I think I already have that, don't I? Isn't that equipped? Do I have a better one than the Knuckles? Really start this game? It's an RPG, Mito. If you don't start it, you're never gonna finish. If you don't start, you're never gonna finish with an Atlas game, brother. Damn, that's a big plate. Okay, I need to sell a bunch of shit probably. Okay, why do I have so many of these pots? Third Monster Hunter stories. Oh, I heard those were actually pretty good. No, we're not selling my apple. We got an app. We got a goblet. Oh. Turquoise. My eggshell's not going. Topaz is 10K? A baby. No, we're not selling the baby clothes. These are my human pieces. I will construct my own human at the end of the game out of all of them. We can put the eggshell around the apple and then wrap it in the baby. we can make our own human. Oh, God. There's so many games on my backlog. Well, I'm what, 40 hours into this fucking game since last Thursday? Almost 40 hours in. That's how it be. Speaking of Aurora, hello, look who came out. But this is a sick game whenever you get to it, you know. I highly recommend it. I would say if you're at all interested and you're not a big Persona guy, this does have a free ass fucking demo, and the demo is upwards of 6 hours at the low end. I would say if you play it thoroughly, you're gonna get like maybe 8 to 10 hours out of the demo. Yeah, I mean anybody that might be intrigued by, you know, fantasy setting non, you know, school life Persona. Just there's a demo sitting out there. Yeah, the demo's like I spent 6 hours. I probably could have spent another 3 in the demo if I didn't have the game already and just started from my copy of the game. You know, like it's a long demo. You get a lot of time to play. Maybe do Stroll. You know, Maria. Wow, dude. Okay, maybe. Okay, I'm thinking here.
What now?
Okay, what level? Dude, I want to get that Mage Knight, honestly. FF16. I heard that was okay for what it was. It wasn't bad. I'm not a Final Fantasy guy. I don't know. The best way I've been describing this is try it out. It's Persona-like with a Tales of story. That's what I think I've been kind of describing it as. Persona-like with like a Tales. Like the Tales series story, which is just right up my fucking alley. Right up my fucking alley. What do I want to do? I think I want to.
All right.
Okay, we need to go to the.
All right then.
Where's the fucking I need the pub.
Let's go.
We need the scoops on everybody inside.
Fancy a bit of info?
Behold your autism? Oh baby. Comes out. I know that it's ordered by alphabetical, but that It goes from Danganronpa 2 to 3 to 1. Yeah. Unless this is just like the order you played them into, which would be insane if you played 2 first. How is the end of The Walking Dead? I only played season 1 and really liked it, and I think part of season 2 and it was okay. That good? Like, should I like fucking take time to look it up? Because I don't want to play it myself. Then the last game is good? That's good. Okay, Sergeant Xanth, the big motherfucker. Tell me about him.
Fancy a bit of info?
Yeah. He's the officer in charge of the Shardarius' crew quarters. He's a tough customer. Yeah, that old asshole. 1, 2, wait, what the fuck is 4? Oh, for Walking Dead. I thought you were about Danganronpa for a second. What the fuck is 4? Are we counting that overworld game that I never played? 1, 2. That's basically what I've heard. That 3 wasn't very good, and 2 just wasn't as good as 1. Oh, that side game? Oh, yeah. I heard narratively it's fun, but gameplay-wise it's shit. Large man wearing armor holds strength of JA.
Just between us.
He's strong but not vulnerable. Rumor is that we could burn and poison. Yeah, I have poison on me. Wearing all that armor, it's hard for them to just take off and deal with those. Paralysis and stun will work too. But Lewis values power, so while the old battle axe might have some weaknesses, if Lewis trusts him, you can bet he's strong in place. Status ailments. Okay. You hated it? I never play it. I thought it looked like shit. Gameplay wise. But I never even fucking tried. Alright. Chef Seba. Okay.
Fancy a bit of info?
That old fart, or maintenance chef Seba. He's in charge of the starboard corridor. Can't take a joke, so I've never gotten along with him. He's as strong as you expect, considering the authority he's been given. His magic that repels attack. Oh, God. Try to physically attack him, it'll bounce right back at you. The more you put into it, the more you'll end up hurting. His barrier doesn't repel magic, but magic isn't especially effective either. When you'll need to find a way to perform physical attacks without having to bounce back at you. Well, okay, I can do that. Not that I expect you'll end up fighting him. I mean, we have something. I have something on my knight, I think, that takes down the magic. Gleckham. I'm gonna kill all these guys if they let me. I'm gonna try and kill them all. Master Sergeant Gleckham. Gleckham? Whatever. Is in charge of the port corridor. Quite frankly, he's an absolute loon. Don't tell him I said that, though. I value my... He's an intense person in a lot of ways, but the way he fights in particular is, as I said, quite mad. He starts yelling like a madman and swings his axe all around him. You want to watch out for that or it'll daze you. What do you want, Aurora? What do you want? I'm trying to pet you. Why are you biting me? What do you want? You can't both want to be pet and gnaw on my hand that I'm petting you with. Magic Shock sells equipment that...
Just between us.
All the blood rushes to his head, so he falls for being provoked really easily. If you bring somebody to act as a decoy, I think you can beat him without much hassle. Ideally, you won't have to fight him, but if you do, keep that in mind.
I guess so.
Decoy? Wait, do I have a decoy skill? But if we're not strong enough, our decoy could fall on us. Oh, it's me, the knight. So I can just like make him attack me every time, I guess, maybe. Oh boy, a fanboy.
Fancy a bit of info?
Shardarius' helmsman, Kaibo, Sabio, Cabio? I don't know. Stationed on the bridge, he's a fervent supporter of Lady Juna. I have to say, I know how he feels. She acts so sweet and has such a lovely voice. I'm swooning here. I'd almost think she was a goddess.
Come on.
Hey, what's the fighting style? Flying to spar with him? Well, he's the only one that Lewis granted the privilege of being the helmsman amongst all his minions, so you can bet he's strong.
Just between us.
Having said that, he's weak to electric. Barry had a traumatic experience at a storm. And rumor has it when the weather gets rough, he even turns steering over to his second command.
Thanks.
Well, I already have that on my mage, so that's good. Finally, Salva.
Fancy a bit of info?
He's the guard chief. Got some business? He's not someone you'll have an opportunity to meet with often. His job is to patrol the Shardarius on the lookout for intruders. Chief security and no pushover. He's a powerful opponent who's earned Lewis's trust with his. He's got an almighty igniter that can damage any foe, so it won't be
Just
easy to
between
guard.
us.
Projectiles and lanterns. Okay. Maybe his reaction time's slow with wearing the big helmet at all. Remember that. Thank you, Mr. President.
I guess so.
No doubt he's powerful. I don't know why he sounded like that. Powerful, blah, 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 blah. Almighty fucking sucks. I think that's everything.
Hey, listen.
Okay.
Hey, listen.
I'm just.
I can't fucking stand it here and listen to this chatter.
Wonderful.
I don't want to deal with this.
What
I think
now?
I just want to take out that asshole first. That asshole Xanth. We have poison. So I can just use Stroll. I can just use Stroll, Aurora. What I do want to do though is we're gonna level Knight up these fucking leaves. Well, I want to get to Mage Knight. I don't even know what level Knight I have to be to level it up. Damn, I'm surprised it only took that much.
Good. I'm still getting stronger.
Okay. There ain't a chance in hell I have enough mag to actually make this happen, do I? Well, son of a bitch. Can you buy mag? Oh wait, hold on, I know what I can do. Hold on, chat. I know what I can do.
All right then.
Where's the face?
Let's go.
That'll get me like 2,500 or some shit. Probably. Here. And talk to the face. Boy! You see the rock.
What?
Let me see Dwayne. I don't care about this. Give me, yeah. 2,100. Fuck, was that enough? That might not have been enough.
Now
I
I know
don't-
what to do.
What now?
Oh, we got enough. Hell yeah. Magic Knight.
I see.
Strength +1. I get 2 extra on my magic. Oh, am I using a spear? I am. Dude, my endurance is massive. Holy shit.
Fascinating. This right here, all right?
I'm counting on you.
Of course.
Whoa. Bro, my shoulder pads are crazy.
Really? New skills, new possibilities.
So I need the lance with this. Interesting. Okay. So I need knight armor still. But I can wield magic. I guess I have good magic stat. Kitty ears. Close enough, Anne. Oh, and I can inherit 2 skills, which is sick. It'll probably be this and... Wait, I just get Mage Dark. Oh, because I have the thing on. Then one of them was weak to electric, right? So I should probably save for that. Right now I can just put...
But that's...
So one's weak to electric. And don't I... What, hold on, what skills do I have on me? Holy shit. Somebody has the one that lets me... Fuck me. Okay, is it in Seeker, maybe? That's what it is. Okay, so it's in Seeker that I need to grab Petra Break. And then I can just fucking punch away. Listen, man, sometimes you just gotta let it fuck me, dude. No, but that's a synth. I have that just on somebody. Maybe it's on you. Elemental attack. God damn it. That doesn't help me. Okay. Debuff doesn't fucking help me there. Is there an item that lets me take it down? That I might already have on me? God. What the hell is this? What is Mage Shield Wave? What are these masks? What the fuck is a mask experiment? What are these? What does this mean? looking this up. Oh, this is what I needed. The Matter Break Hammer. Dispels an enemy's Petricarn effect. Oh. Well, how many? You just forever? Well, that guy shouldn't be too bad now. We got 2 of those. Okay, so me with lightning and whatever. Trying to think. So you're the one that's poison and
Fancy a bit of info?
poison and burn or some shit, right?
Just between us.
Gotcha.
Okay, so status ailment. Oh fuck! Sorry, I forgot to tell you about the edge, chat. My bad. Okay, you're the physical attack guy.
Fancy a bit of info? Just between us.
Okay, when I go after their chief, I just use the item, bada bing, bada boom. He's in now.
Let's see.
Blackholm.
Fancy a bit of info?
Equipment that protects against what?
Just between us.
I'm confused.
I guess so.
I guess I go to the magic shop and read the items. Use my brain.
Fancy a bit of info?
Oh, he's the one that's weak to lightning. Well, I think this guy might be the first one I go after.
Come on.
Just between us.
Thanks.
Oh, we got plenty of
Fancy a bit
peers.
of info?
We got plenty of peers. I got gunman.
Just between us.
Now, if my land counts on my knight, we got that too.
I guess so.
So if we can, I think we need to go to the bridge first and just take out that guy.
What
If
now?
we can. That's what I say we. Okay. I do need to go to the magic shop.
Beg pardon?
What the fuck is the magic shop? Exactly.
Kindly.
Greetings.
No, I'm riding on my sword. It's not on
Well
my
then.
belt. Wait, hold on. What's it do? I mean, it's money off, so fuck it. Rider's anklet. Metaphor. Agility plus 9. Holy shit. What the hell? Bro, your website sucks. You don't even know where it's at. I found it. It's right here. Fuck.
Can we talk?
Oh, we got money. Got money? Oh, it's a new item every day. Well, shit, I need to talk to him every day now. Well, shit.
The goods are cheap today.
200, 300. What the fuck is it? Is it this? Oh, maybe it's charm. Decreases attack. Is that what it is? Maybe. Inflicting charm. Well, they said there was like something in the something to wear. Maybe it was in the like the defense. I don't know.
Thank you kindly.
I don't want to read the damn thing again. Here.
We've a sale going.
Yeah. I don't even know what I'm. Maybe he just wants you to evade.
All right. Where to?
We need to go. Here is it? What am I looking for? Here? Oh, purify. Close your ray, chat. Close your ray. I went the wrong way.
Let's go.
Close your ray.
Close your way.
Caesar's semaphore. I got blessed water. Well, what the hell? Can I buy blessed water? Blessed. There's got to be a place somewhere. Oh, you can't buy them. Well, that's annoying. Fuck. Well, shit. Alright, so what we're gonna do is... what are we gonna do? I don't fucking know. Okay. Rolls level up. Maria, wait, what's her level 6? Can't pay for that right now, regardless. Barden. What's your lad? I think what I'm gonna do is we're gonna hang out with Barden. At least get him to level 2. He might just have a damn quest for us.
I can't believe it.
Then tomorrow we'll do our first excursion thing. Whatchamacallit. What up? We need big guy.
The truth is,
I wanted to consult with you on all this blether about picking a new ruler for the town. Ruler isn't quite the word. Wouldn't own land like a lord or anything, but still, it's a right important position. Establishing a town governor, which is distinct from a lord. Ah, okay. Townspeople agree on self-governance. There's quite a lot of distrust of power after what happened with Lady Joanna. It seems like the townspeople are turning to extreme courses of action, but the new lord did allow us our self-government, which is all well and good, but here's the rub. I think the fella is best suited for the position as one clergyman. Fine man, he likes the idea, but darn it, now everyone is clamoring for me to be the governor. You are suited for it. We'll just run against him and let the people choose. I couldn't disagree more. I'm too weak a man.
still though.
I've been put on a pedestal as some noble knight who put everything to right. It's a dretch. I'm no hero. It was all thanks to a lot of you. Yeah, but you trusted us, dog. I could say that all day and they'd still want me. Everyone wants to feel safe and they know that there is someone nearby they can rely on. I sympathize with that, but I'm no ruler.
Got to say,
It'll be fine. Well, everything's a challenge.
Wait, what? True.
I do remember hearing that the closer you get to your breaking point, the greater you become. If that's true. We can't become better men without a challenge.
For myself.
Not sure if I'm the man for the job, but I'll give it everything I've got for the good town.
Don't worry your head.
I may not have the skills you do, but I will serve faithfully so that I can be a true hero. Good shit, Barden. I'm proud of you. Just in time for election.
I'll do anything.
Finally decide what to do yet? I know you care deeply, but we're all sick of waiting. Don't make me decide. I need to lead you. Well, rest easy with you in charge. Those sandwords have been a right pain, but you seem like a take charge kind of man.
Don't you worry.
Sandword attack would devastate Martyria. I'll work up some countermeasures. There we go. That's what we're talking about. Don't work too hard now, big man.
Well,
I like this town. My wee ones were bawling and screaming something awful. They still cry from the memory of it. That's how you play hunter and prey. If they screamed, it was just proof we were playing it right. But anyway, I'm determined to protect this town.
my thanks.
Good shit, me. Why the fuck am I here?
Interesting.
Oh, Alonzo level 2 would be nice. Heisme level 3 could be interesting. Yeah. Oh, I get an extra. That second slot's tempting. But then also, oh, hold on. Does that say discount? Do I see discount? Well, saving money, chat, and we're getting closer to that merchant. That second level of it. He's got to be maxed out. Oh, it's raining? Damn, I wish I had extra mag for cash.
Just
What up?
But
Road to hell? Hell yeah. Ah, we got the courage high enough too. Let's go, baby. Eggy, you'd go to such lengths for me? And will you come with me? Hell yeah, let's go.
The truth is,
The ones who took my dogs, the anti-igniter extremists, the church has discovered their base. What are you planning?
so reductive.
You have to ask, even the church knew what I'd do with this information. That's why they sent it to me. Apparently this faction's based in a small village fairly close to Grange. Going to go there and eradicate all... Whoa, here we go. Hell yeah. Yeah. Get them. Kill every last one of those extremists, no survivors, and once they get to hell, they can look my dog in the eyes and beg her forgiveness. I'll string their corpses up 3 days and 3 nights, exposed to the elements, long enough for everyone to see what happens if you cross me. Hell yeah,
right?
get them. Just think this through. Talk big. You have no desire to be king, yet you parade around as a candidate. You're little more than a fraud. I explained to her that I entered not to take the throne, but to raise someone else who could forge a better future for our country. You expect me to believe in that nonsense? You to speak such words at this point with me, your goal of seizing the throne is no lie.
As it is.
If that's how it must be, then I will spare no expense to see you fall. The throne ill suits a wretch who can look past the butchery of a dog. You would slaughter a village? That'll be a lot of blood on your hands.
What are you after?
What do you get with clean hands? The equality you prize so highly. I'll tell you what it means. Equality means that those who kill will be killed. I don't want to lose anything else I care about. Do you truly understand? You have no idea how much comfort she brought me. Rip that away from me and you say I should just allow it? I'll not do something so unsightly in front of you.
In any case.
I'm going to their base, but I won't kill them right away. I'll find out who did this and we'll try to negotiate clearly and openly. If that doesn't work, then I'll murder them and we can move on. That's the most I can promise. Welcome back, Chad, by the way. That happened 20 minutes ago. Never mind, I wasn't. I've been lost in the sauce.
Obviously.
Alright, let's go. You got a cool gauntlet runner? Brigida stayed silent for the whole trip. We arrived at a small settlement located close to Grand Trad.
Huh?
Oh.
You there.
I'm Brigida, the scoundrel selling magic igniters all across the land. Oh, the igniter merchant. Our village really doesn't have the money to buy any. Sorry to keep turning you away.
Wait.
What are you talking about? One of the church's dealers? They keep trying to sell us on igniters, but I keep refusing.
Huh?
The church has been here several times. Never reported that
Outwitted.
to me. So if I said that merchants of igniters should face the wrath of God, wouldn't agree?
It can't be.
Don't have anything to do with igniters at all. It's not something that ever really comes up here.
Really?
Hey miss, you sell magic igniters? Brilliant, Papa. I want an igniter.
Enough.
Ain't no more. This is no hideout. They know nothing, and it's not something you could hide in a village such as... I've been getting detailed reports about the anti-igniters group's movements from the church, but now I'm not certain such a force even exists.
If...
You're being hoodwinked, dog. Well, the church gets to harass her, I guess. Too big of a
in
threat?
any case.
There'll be no killing today. If you hadn't stopped me, I'd probably have ordered my private army to burn this place to the ground. Glad you were here with me. Oh, Jesus Christ. Killed a bunch of people for nothing.
I'm glad to have you at my side.
Good old guild discount, baby. My dog was taken from me, and I'll chase the scum to the ends of the
Nonetheless.
earth. So our business together is concluded. I'd like to
No,
visit you.
What?
What are you saying? That what could you possibly gain from hanging around me? I need 3 more bond levels, dog. Well then, fine, since it's you. Welcome.
Speaking of,
You mentioned earlier your true aims for the throne. I thought it a clumsy lie, but it does bring to mind a certain someone. After a king is crowned, it would be nigh impossible to put another on the throne. However, if my suspicions are correct, none could deny
That's
the
why-
claim. If you're willing to throw yourself in a battle for that cause, then I shall support you all the same. Oh, hell yeah. 6 support.
yes.
If you'd like to come, then come. Okay, don't take that out of context. When I'm around you, much to my surprise, I find that even I still have a beating heart. So come, if you wish.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Oh, fuck.
Boy there.
Oi! Oi,
Alright.
mate! Oi, bruv! Alright, we're going to take out Dickface
What now?
first.
That is...
Yeah, I know what's already on. Shut up. We have 2,400. So I'm gonna put this.
all right.
Yes. Perfect. You have dark attacks, right? I'm not sure I'll need the double dark. Go back to... What the hell do I want on? Yeah, I forgot I got agility 9. Oh god, I have agility 6 too. What the hell happened there? I guess the guard talisman could work. Or I guess I'm using a lot of strength too, and my strength isn't as high. We could do Knight's Bracelet. I'm fine with keeping you. That's fine. Increases the success rate of that, or I could give a bunch of agility, like a metric ton of it, like a metric ton of agility. What are your stats even? Bro, his agility's 38? Crazy talk, dude. What are his stats with the archetype on? $44. Holy jeez. Not good strength, but that's whatever. 38 sick. I'm very balanced, but once I start leveling up, we should be fine. Heavy rush will be nice at 9 too. Dark dodge. And then same row healing. Interesting. Okay. You have on you Knight's Bracelet. I mean, what we could do is... Oh, I don't have electricity? Is that the one I don't? Of fucking course I don't. Why would I? I should be so unlucky. Okay, so...
All right then.
I'm gonna go to that one guy. Apparently I can go to him
Let's go.
every day. We'll see what he has.
Greetings. Well then.
Oh. Stormy Sea Ring. Metaphor. Always deals critical hits during stormy weather. Slash, pierce, strike, and almighty physical attacks will always be a critical hit. What the hell? I mean, I could have used that when I was going through that dungeon, huh?
Can we talk?
Got the money for it. Fuck it. Like, I mean, that'll be good for roll, obviously.
Hang on. What if? Isn't that?
Yeah. Thank you.
Yep.
Now what am I to do?
What now?
Alright, I think it's time, Chad, to finally go back on that ship. We're gonna double check there's no bounties. I don't think there is.
Welcome.
Nope, we are caught up on bounty.
All right then.
Alright, let's go then.
Let's go.
Whew. I'm gonna feed Poochie right quick. Give me a second, I'm up early. Or we can be outside a little longer. Help me. sorry about that, chat and lurkers. There's like a big trash pickup day tomorrow or something. Apparently, there was a big bunch of cardboard boxes I had to help Mom take out. I didn't know it was. I would have done it earlier, but I didn't know until like right now. So sorry about that, everybody. But we're here now. Got a couple hours before we play Overwatch. Let's do some reconnaissance. Oh, okay. All right,
Got
so
it?
I want to go to the bridge.
What do you think?
Then
Oh,
So,
all right, we need to go to the bridge, chat.
let's go.
All right.
Hey, you.
Oi!
This place.
What you need?
Back room.
What you need?
Oi!
Perhaps we cannot see its true value.
That's already good for what's his?
Oi!
Whoa, whoa, chill, bro.
Oh no.
That's the rule. Sergeant, oh, so we gotta do Xanth first.
What the?
Don't!
I see.
All right.
When?
Well, if we're going against Xanth first. Excuse me, chat. Ugh.
Gunner! Hey.
Quick drink. Oh, okay.
What you need?
Oh, come on.
Curious lot. You really went in there, ready to sneak him in the guards in around, assuming such thing possible. Well, that don't fucking help me. They aren't all that bad as it goes. Just get a little drink in them and they'll warm right up.
What should we do?
Okay.
Oi!
Oh,
No.
when dream of going back in there. You misunderstand. I only came to talk to you to learn from an esteemed senior crewmate.
That reminds
Okay. Think I might join you for a drink or two? I could learn a lot from someone of your pedigree. Why didn't you tell me you were a fellow connoisseur? Yeah, my shift's not quite up yet, but what the hell? One drink couldn't hurt.
Yes.
Whoa!
All right.
wait.
What do you think?
I'll go.
Right?
Okay, let's figure out. We're on our own.
All right. What should we do? Honestly.
Fine.
Okay.
Okay, so we gotta. Okay, I didn't read any of that, but fuck it.
Watch out.
Oh, we got the sick karate chop.
Look at you.
Okay, so.
God, that's yeah.
Can't believe this is working.
All right.
No, I want that item!
Then
That reminds me. Ready?
Wait a second.
Right.
What now?
Ready?
No.
Right.
What now?
He's got big defense. Oh, I know what I could. Hold on. Magic's not great. I don't think it's specifically burn, but we can poison him with scroll. And if not, we'll just reload the save. It's not a huge fucking deal.
Yep. Ready?
Fuck it. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out, chat. Big fight. What up, asshole?
you there.
You've just bought 10,000 push-ups. We're here on business. Very official business.
What's the meaning of this?
Business, he says. Spit it out. I'd love to know what business a bunch of wet behind the ear recruits have with Sergeant Zan. We wish to borrow a key from you. You possess a key that grants access to the area beyond this one, correct? I'd expect it to be a better story than that. You think I'm stupid enough to hand my key over? We beg your leniency, sir. As we are new to Lewis's service, we wish to familiarize ourselves with this runner in hopes of better performing our duties. Well, if you are half as clever as you are bold, you'll know power is everything around here. I've got no mind to entertain requests from boot scrapers. You want in that door, you better have the guts to back it up. Get this through your thick skulls. Weaklings have no business in Louis's army. So to put it another way, if we show you how powerful we are, you'll lend us the key. Are you daft? You must be if you're challenging the mighty Sergeant Xanth. Old and stupid. You don't seem to value your lives much. No matter, I'll beat some sense into you. Alright, let's do this, big guy.
Let's do it.
Draw and have at me.
Okay, we gotta blitz him. No taking.
We're in deep trouble if we let him call his allies.
Now,
3 turns. Oh shit. Okay. Wait. What can I steal from you?
Looks like we can't brute force through this one.
Oh, I can't steal anything.
I'll use what I must.
I mean, if it works, it works. Let's decrease hit and evasion first, though.
Show me your power. Are you prepared? This better hit.
Thick poison.
With blade in hand. Oh, mystic purge. They dodged.
Oh, ain't no way. With his evasion down.
Take this. I'm not good. Prepare yourself.
Fine.
Stop it. Whoa, okay, what's this hammer? I want a hammer.
Let me help.
Lightning.
Let's see this.
All right.
Oh!
Got a new weakness. They're weak to electricity.
Wait, he's weak to electric too?
Assassin. Rancor.
Gunner. Pierce. Prepare yourself.
Dick.
Take this.
I feel you.
That's finesse.
Can you dodge for once?
Let justice prevail.
But I need you to not miss again.
Worthy
Just a scratch. I won't hold back. Roar.
Their weakness. That's your opening,
Assassin.
Captain.
Some darker arts.
This guy sucked. That was easy as hell.
Not bad.
Unless there's phase 2. Oh, okay. What the hell? I thought this was supposed to be hard.
To ever greater heights. Ah, I didn't know I had
Oh, like
it
you
in me.
needed more agility.
Such strength.
Beaten by half-wit little shits? Can't believe this. What in the hell was that magic? Powers like that with no igniter? Doesn't make any damn sense. Consider our strength amply demonstrated. The key?
What?
Refuse? What the hell? You know what Lord Luis would have to say about you losing to half-wit little shits? Doesn't seem very becoming of an officer of your station, does it? I'll lend you the key. Just keep your bloody mouth shut. Welcome back, Chad. Yeah, don't you worry.
All right.
Easy enough. Alright. 1 down.
Nice. Hey,
Oh, yes, we do. There's an item down there. And I want it. It's right there. No. This is so lame that I can't go get that item.
hey, 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 hey.
I'm pissed. Wait, where am I going? Wait, what's this one?
All right. Hey,
Oh, that's so lame. That's lame. Alright, let's go, Chad.
pushing forward.
What the hell are you doing? Oh, is this like a rest area?
Here.
I mean, we've barely
Evidently.
taken any damage. I mean, we've taken damage.
What now?
Like nothing. Pugilist.
Pugilist!
Alright. Soldier's Lounge. Where the hell am I going? Oh, hold on. Is this like a chill spot? I just looked at my mini map.
Here.
All right.
Oh, good shit. Okay, well, that was easier than expected.
Let's go.
All right, let's go. That fight wasn't too bad. That's back to the front. All right, well, let's keep going.
It's all clear.
Branching paths.
Got a sec?
We need to find another key. Poochie, get down. Good boy. At least you need to obtain a key.
Truth is,
Starboard, stubborn, first-rate engineer.
Isn't that?
I think we're good for that, honestly.
Let's see. So,
No.
I cannot continue to burden you both with this task each and every time. What if I perform the reconnaissance on the starboard corridor
so.
myself? Port
Really?
corridor.
all right.
Which one's
do
the?
you think?
I already fucking forgot which way's which. Which way is this?
Captain,
Fuck me. Was the starboard one the?
Ready? Understood.
Wait, I can probably just check my notes, can't I?
What now?
I want the other one. Starboard. Yeah. Which one is this? Oh. Yeah, I don't want to deal with that crazed motherfucker. At least right now.
Ready?
Alright, let's go. New area. Oh. Oh, Lord
Check this
above.
out.
That is a big maze, everybody.
Hmm. Ah. Okay.
Knock out the guard. Oh boy.
Watch out. Let's do it.
Well, this is gonna be a pain in the ass. And an ass in the pain.
Okay.
Oink.
I knew it. This is great. Watch out.
Yoink.
Nice. Look at you. Let's do it.
Oh, I can't go under there.
Okay.
Yoink.
Okay then. Look at you. Let's do it.
So that takes me down.
Great find. Keep it.
Oh, this is just where that is. I need. Wait, you're back.
Okay.
Oh, I thought he was back up. I'm about to fucking shit my pants. Whoa, 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 there's a guy right there. I don't know how far he can see.
Watch out!
How far is he walking? Put him behind the box.
Okay then. Amazing.
Or in front of the box.
Let's do it.
Weighted? That might be good for me. Hold on. Oh, this will be really good once I can purify it. Holy moly, because it's already 210. Oh my. It's gonna be a big boy.
Yep. Watch out! Wait!
Oh, so we go up there and we ask Kai's main. He'll take one of them out. Then we can go.
Let's do it.
Matadors.
Well,
What up, Kai's main? You want to take one of them out?
All right.
Watch and learn, my young friend. This is my specialty.
what?
Stop! Don't
The
move.
hell was that?
Look,
Easy.
let's do it. Let's do it.
Almost dropped right in front of him. Boink.
Okay then. Amazing.
Which way is that motherfucker walking? Oh, I'm on that side. Boink.
All right.
Impressive.
Yeah. Let's do it.
I think that's all of them.
Let's see. Isn't that ready?
We can nullify it. We're good. Hold on.
Right.
Make sure there's no items on the map I left there. Okay, so we have the thing we need to use. I have
What now?
3 good people that deal good damage. Why does Stroll have damage on him? What the hell? Yeah, let's do this. One shouldn't be too bad.
Yep. Ready?
Alright, Seba.
Understood.
Hey, big guy.
Get out of here!
I told you, Pellix, I'm in the middle of something for the last time. Bugger off before I... You're not from my division. In fact, I don't recall ever having seen your faces. Who's your commanding officer? You are. I know my own crew, and they for damn sure know to shut their stupid gobs around the maintenance chief, Seba. You're not soldiers at all, are you? You're mistaken. I assure you we're recruited with some measure of haste, and we aren't sure who to report to. One more chance. What could be so urgent that recruits feel the need to distract me while I'm busy trying to keep this girl running? Any more quips or jabs and they'll be held.
The truth is,
We would humbly request a favor. We ask that you lend us the key to progress further.
What was that?
Lend you the key, is that right? Or is that you morons continue to so grievously misunderstand your place here? Let me fill you in, seeing as you're new. The area past this is the bridge, the brains of the Shardarius. Whatever it's fucking called. Sharadrius? I don't fucking know, man. I need to learn how to say this shit. They need to say it out loud again so I can get in my brain. I'm gonna go Shardarius. Sharadrius. I'm just saying it over and over right quick. That's Sharadrius. Off limits to fresh meat. Okay. The finest gauntlet runner in the entire kingdom, with the very rare privilege to have the opportunity to see her every corner. Oh, so you lot actually appreciate her for her remarkable vessel she is. You've got a good eye. I'll give you that, but the answer's still no. Everywhere is lousy with sneak thieves these days. You see, everyone's got the stink of Forden about them. Can't just go letting anybody through, hardly knowing where they come from. Power everything. That's the code here, no? Perhaps we battle and let the results decide? Really looking to pick a fight with me? No better than any thief then, are you? Want to dance? Then we'll dance. Make your peace now, maggots. It'll be too late once you're in out.
Let's do it.
Alright.
Intruders won't get past me.
Think I'm a stubborn son of a bitch? Wait till you see my magic. I'm solid as the Sharadrius' chassis. It'll be a laugh to watch you frogs bust your skulls trying to break through.
Insolent little thief! Behold my defensive arms!
He might be stalling for time so he can call for help.
Here I come, you brazen crooks! This is the price of your greed!
Okay. 3 turns for you
Feast
two.
your eyes on some real magic!
Alright, so what we need to do is...
allow me to use this.
With blade in hand! Shine!
With these fists, are you prepared?
What a mess.
Let's make an end of it!
Fuck it.
Tis yours.
Let's do this!
Oh.
Feast your eyes on some real magic!
Let's set it up! No, this won't work. Here.
Alright, that might have been a mistake.
Power of kings.
Myself.
Mustn't
Can't
settle
steal.
for the easy way.
Can't brute force through this one.
Assassin! Rancor!
Shut up and get out of my room!
Oh, Mystic Purge!
I call upon royal power within! Fusionist! I'll crush you! Shut up and get out of my room!
Royal Soul! Is there another way?
That's your opening, Captain.
Feast your eyes on some real magic!
Okay, I see what I should have done now.
Assassin! Some darker arts.
Cleric!
I don't think we're killing.
Shine! A worthy foe after all.
Well, no holding back! Let's get on with it! Something else.
Alright, I know what to do now.
Feast your eyes on some real magic.
Oh, power of kings! Rancor!
Youngins.
Have her use the hammer.
Shut up and get out of my room. I shall vanquish evil. I'll crush you. Greenhorn.
You gotta aim better than that.
Ain't no way! His
Feast your eyes on some real magic. Feast your eyes on some real magic.
Now accept your fate.
evasion
Rancor.
down, and this dumbass still missed.
Oh, healing power. Grant us solace.
Ugh.
Just the thing.
Youngin. I call upon royal
All right.
power within. Impossible.
Let's stay calm.
Stroll.
Let's work together.
Lowers their defense for
Let
3
me help.
turns. On it.
Let's
Worth.
do this.
Oh, the big jump off the horse.
You hit their weakness. That's your
Shut up
opening,
and get out
Captain.
of my room.
Some darker arts.
Big damage.
Feast your eyes on some real magic.
From our provisions.
All right.
With these fists, pugilist. Take that.
I will fight with pride. Lend me your strength.
Here's. I'm not gonna have an extra
All right,
attack
let's
after
go.
this turn.
No holding back.
You hit their weakness. That's your opening,
Now
Captain.
accept your fate. Rancor. Mandible bearing.
You will.
Let justice prevail. Oh, mystic purge.
Okay, there we go. I just had to finagle what order to do things in. Jeez, squeeze. All right. See you down. Oh yeah, I guess he didn't hit me, huh? Oh.
That'll do.
Oh, the triple level up, the double rank up. You love to see it.
I feel stronger.
Magic. Raise
I
strength
admit,
too.
It feels good to get stronger.
I mean, it is what it
I've
is.
never known such height.
I mean, that's pretty good. Starting to even out into the magic side, which.
Impossible.
We got you, bro. This is some sort of new technique. Why in blazes isn't Luis's army making use of?
No.
Nothing you shouldn't already be capable of, I assure you. But all the same, you'll be lending us that key, I guess. Does seem you have some skill. You're not working for Ford, are you?
Yes.
Not a chance we'd ever fall in with Ford. In fact, we're the ones who besmirched Sanctusism's good name at the exhibition just recently. Yeah. Alright. Key number 2. Down.
All right.
Easy enough, chat. Second one down.
Let's go.
Oh,
You got that?
Yeah, that's fine. Don't worry.
What now?
Yeah.
Alright, next area.
Pushing forward.
Whew. Blah blah.
Here.
We're in front of the reception room the brothers showed us.
Look.
There's the lift to Luis's quarters.
Wait.
That.
Alright. So that's the bridge, I guess. Alright.
All right.
Then
Imagine learning the helmet in charge was Cabillo.
So apparently,
Belongs for
Isn't
Juna. Yeah, he didn't like lightning.
well,
Understood.
Yeah, we got me. I got lightning on me. Let's save right quick though.
How about a break?
That's true.
We're gonna save right quick, and then we will keep going. Gonna be at another. We're gonna get the dungeon done in a day, even though we're probably supposed to take more than one. Have I over prepared? Let's find out, chat. All right, let's go see how tough a fight this is gonna be.
Ah!
Yep, we're safe here.
Oh, we just going straight to the bridge? That makes things a little easier, huh?
At last.
But yeah, why is there another door? Oh,
First.
yeah, that's a lot of guards. Side looks like they have a lot of guards too. Oh. Wait, is there one on the other side too? Oh. I just happen to be running back the right direction.
What's this?
Hell yeah. Let's go. He's weak to lightning. I'm ready to go now. Well, he's probably the one dead center. No, wait, where the hell is it?
Hey,
It's all you, dog.
hey. No. Hey.
Well, I guess we're taking them all on.
Hey.
What do you want me to say here? We did that. We're would definitely reach Luis. Wait, that might actually work in our favor. Wait, what?
This is bad.
The fire's broken out. We need backup immediately. Fire in the ammunition department. Requesting immediate backup. Oh, shit.
Over here!
This is what I meant to say. This is the pantry. We spotted an intruder. We need, of course, fucking Hulkenberg's in the pantry. God damn it.
Damn it all.
Fiend ate all of the dried meats, breads, and let's see, some salted fish before withdrawing. Send reinforcements immediately.
come on.
Oh.
give me a hand.
Hail, this is the engine room. The primary engine is out of control. I fear explosions imminent.
Hey. All right.
Oh, Lady Juna. Is it that? How is it that I still long for you and I always hear your voice singing in my head? Hey, what up? What's this? Hang on, what are you doing all the way up here? All the guards are supposed to be responding to the calls for backup. We're the new recruits. We've come to tour the bridge and introduce ourselves to the superior officers. You mean the ones who Lady Juna spoke to directly? Oh, tell me, is she the real reason you're here? We're big fans. I knew it. I can always spot a fellow fan. Lady Juna's just incredible, isn't she? Her voice carries my worries away like leaves on an autumn breeze. Name's Cabio, the helmsman. I'm Lady Juna's most devoted fan. The whole reason I enlisted so that I could bask in her radiant presence. Even a layabout like me needs to dream big. Mine's to take the Charadrius way up and sail the starry skies with Juna at my side. Oh boy. Oh boy. We even need to fight him. He's not paying attention. Let me grab it. What the devil's going on here? Why am I seeing soldiers without the proper clearance on the bridge? Uh-oh. Yeah, I've been informed of being troop reassignments. Entering the bridge without permission is a severe violation. We have permission. As we said, we borrowed the key from the senior officer and sought to familiarize with ourselves with this run. Oh, that's the most suspicious story I've ever heard. Hard to imagine breaking officers simply lending a key to some grunts. To look into them. Now, I'll have you know that you're speaking to Salva, Chief of the Guard. So once more, state your purpose and know that your life depends upon your answer. These are those recruits, you know the ones. Hey, wait a second, what are recruits doing in here anyway? We simply came to observe. Now that we've pledged ourselves to Lord, we want to know the Rodriguez insight. Even if that were the case, it's still too strange by half. A pack of new recruits gets their hands on a key while the rest of the crew is dispatched elsewhere. Well, that's, oh, god damn it. I'll give you a valuable lesson in how we treat suspicious... God.
I'll handle your insolence.
Listen, chill, bro. Alright, I'll focus him with the lightning. We don't know I don't know anything about him.
Military discipline is absolute. I've no sympathy for the kind of insolent devil who disobey a superior officer.
Ha! Right he is. Now brace yourself, you amateur. I'll show you how to handle a real fight.
Hey.
You have to take both of them at the same time?
3 turns?
I'll wipe you out.
Oh, this is the almighty guy. Okay. Dodge? Oh, I resist. Yeah, that's fine. You can attack me all day. Okay, well,
Assassin!
I'll lower his defense right quick.
Observe the enemy. Let justice prevail. Shine.
Hopefully you don't have something that reflects.
I can't afford to hold back. No holding back.
Alright.
Take that.
You do this.
I will fight with pride.
Roar.
Then hit this.
Take much more. I'll
That's
have
your
you
opening,
court
Captain.
martial.
I'll use what I must. Some darker arts.
Alright. Good bit of damage done there, everybody.
I'll wipe you out.
A blunder.
Think not too
Good
quick.
dodge. I'll end the turn. Perfect.
Cleric. Oh, Mystic Purge.
I shall fight as the no. Are you prepared? You'll be dust.
Good shit. Oh, crit. Oh, it's beautiful.
Royal Sword. Lightning.
Their weakness.
I'll see you clapped in
Captain.
irons.
Then again,
They're weak to electricity. They're weak to piercing attacks. Hit them all in one
now
fell
accept your fate.
I gotta make sure that he stays down.
Is that with blade in hand? Shine. Still standing, I see.
I call upon royal power within. Take
Fuck it.
that.
Dude, another crit? Holy shit.
Heal him.
Let's go.
Roar.
It didn't work.
Oh, fuck me.
I'll wipe you out.
Is that all? Stroll's
Oh,
badly wounded.
sick dodge, I think? Oh, never mind. Oh, that's...
Stroll can't take any more. Someone heal him.
Assassin! Some
He'll be
darker
fine.
arts.
I can take it.
Observe cleric. Oh, mystic purge. They dodged.
Ain't no way. Well, it's over
Not
now.
out of this yet. Go for it.
By the chivalrous spirit of the Vitus power. Lightning!
You hit their weakness. That's your opening, Captain.
Fuck.
This is the end of the line. Submit to arrest.
Oh,
Resistance
that
is
sucks. He had his defense down, man. That's lame. Alright, retry the fight.
Know your place.
Hardly worth my time.
Well, we only had 3 turns. Oh,
Damn it.
No.
fucking Hulkenberg. Just let me run. Man, that's a dick way to lose a fight, man.
Not forswear.
Start from the autosave, hopefully right in front of the fight. Oh, I gotta sit through all this again?
What do you think?
Alright. Alright, we can skip all this. Just fucking skip this.
Hey. Huh? Hey. No. Hey.
Okay. Dude, that I can't skip this is insane. Come on now, Atlas.
Hurry.
Hey. Hold.
No.
Oh my god.
Help.
Huh?
Understand?
No.
Oh.
Damn it.
I'll hand.
Bro, this is awful. Awful.
I'll not say it.
Righty.
We have to take both of them.
I'll wipe you out.
Face me. Some darker arts.
Is everyone? Oh, power of heroes. Oh, mystic purge.
Ready for a real
Pugilist.
fight.
You'll be dust.
I'll have you court
Won't
martial.
hold back! Lightning!
Okay.
I'll take much more.
Ready for a real
Now
fight.
accept your fate. Rancor.
I'll wipe you out. What a shot! Too quick.
Alright, thank God. Good miss.
Cleric. Are you all right?
I knew you'd help. Helpful as ever.
Much thanks.
With these, are you prepared? Take that!
I'll have you court-martialed.
Vitus power! Roar!
Their weakness. That's
Let us
your
clean
opening,
up this.
Captain.
I'll use what I must. Some darker arts.
Oh, healing. Let justice prevail. Shine. May yet cling to life.
I'll wipe you out.
Well, that's not good.
Only a flesh wound.
I don't think I'm getting him down. I'm gonna be honest here.
I shall vanquish evil. I'll crush you. Not done yet.
Count
Mad
Louis.
ignite! Lightning!
You hit their weakness.
Pokemon
That's your
Boost.
opening, Captain.
Now accept your fate. Rancor.
How?
Oh, I got the kill. Okay, hold on. So there's hope yet.
I imagine
Oh,
this.
power of heroes. Oh, Mystic Purge!
I don't think I have enough to take him down.
Worthy foe after
Now,
all.
what's the play? Go for it.
This isn't how I imagined this.
There's enough.
Can't take much more.
Oh, okay, thank God. I don't want to do that damn fight again. Pain in my ass. Welcome home, Goose. 3 fights done in the dungeon. I think there's one more for this one.
Count Louis trusted us to handle things in his absence. How could we fail him like
You
this?
got a lucky dodge last turn and took 2 moves away from me. It would have been done the first time. Dicks.
A halfway decent result. Excellent. I've grown more powerful.
Hopefully work wasn't too bad today. We're not willing out. Trounced by recruits. Getting trounced by recruits has got to be grounds for dishonorable discharge around here, so I doubt they'll tell anyone. I shall retrieve the key. It would be on a copy.
Yes.
Already got it. Our work here's done.
Got it.
All right.
All right. Let's go.
All right, another one down, chats. Oh, we're gonna go save.
Okay.
Why can't I save for? This is not what I want to do right now without saving. This is not what I want to do right. Okay, is that good? Is that good enough?
No.
Scatter. Who is that? He in a suit? Oh, it's Dog Boy. Fidelia wouldn't send me here for no reason, but there's no one in sight. What the hell was that random request for backup? Maybe too careful. Stay sharp until the mechanics have fixed up the finished up the maintenance.
I'm leaving.
Let's nose around the other areas too, just in case. Look lively. Okay.
However,
They could tell something was amiss. He requested increased security too. We've secured a pass to Luis's quarters. Now all you have to do is wait until the day of the soiree.
That's true.
No need to push ourselves too far right now. Let's quit this. Alright, infiltration complete! Easy enough. We did it, chat. Now we have nothing to do for like 2 weeks.
Now then,
Well, our infiltration route is secured. I suppose we owe our thanks to Gallica this time.
indeed.
Having detailed information about the runner's interior beforehand made it much easier to explore, and thinking back on it, you agreed to that solo infiltration with barely a moment's hesitation. That's admirable nerve. Well, I suppose I had to make myself useful eventually.
Sure.
If I'm honest, though, I know I complain a lot and I'm not always at my bravest, but I'm always prepared to do my best. There's no point in focusing on what you can't fix. I can still help in my own way. Smallest tasks need doing, and I'm perfect for them. Got that, Eggy? You can trust me with anything you need. Oh, did we get a level up out of nowhere for Gallica? Oh, hell yeah. What does that get me?
We'll keep going forward. We won't hesitate.
More deet. Oh, hell yeah. Sick.
Even so,
Soiree is the main event. We've no idea what awaits us, so we mustn't let our guard down. Right until we get the formula to stay on our toes. Or wings, if you've got them. Alright,
Time
chat.
marches
We
on,
got like
and the
8
age of
billion
the new
days
king
now until
draws
that
nearer.
soiree. Isn't it like on like the 15th or some shit?
All right.
Can't imagine what kind of party a villain like him would throw. We have no clue what to
Then-
expect. We should make certain we have the strength to handle whatever surprises may await us. Hopefully there's some bounties
True.
sitting around. Or we get out more of those in need. Well, I already saw it, unless there's more in towns that I gotta go find. Alright, chat, let's go see if we can find people in need of help. Or a bounty. The path to Luis's room has been secured. Use your time both in and out of town to ensure you're well prepared for the soiree.
Well then. All right then.
Okay. I don't see any.
Let's head there right away.
I don't see any things. I'm gonna check this dude and his daily double archetypal ring. Okay, what the hell is an archetypal ring? Get out of here, malware bites. Nobody fucking asked you. What do you do? And you're probably expensive. What the hell does it do? Oh, increases EXP for the oh! 40K! Whoa! Big money. Holy but Jesus.
Can we
Fuck
talk?
it. I mean, I'm in. Got the money, fuck it. Okay, so, hey, look, it's this fucking asshole. Oh, ex-candidate. Oh, what'd you give up, big guy? Allowing a Sanctoris to be executed just to make yourself stand out is exactly the sort of selfish nonsense a delinquent like you would think up. Who are you again? Mean you've forgotten me? I'm Goddard, champion of the Rogue Tribe. Most unfortunately, I couldn't participate in the exhibition, but still, I'm a candidate prepared to do whatever it takes to win. Wait, so you didn't do anything, idiot? We got Schroll up. We can always go see Maria Barden too. Let's go see if there are any bounties, I guess. You go grind dungeons too, I guess. If we wanted to.
Welcome.
Okay, none of that. Well, we can go look at the statue right quick.
Hang on.
Give me my few hundred
Is it
mag.
that? Let's see.
Okay, 2,900.
Yep.
Now what am I to do?
Young man.
Young man.
See there.
Okay,
All right then. Where to?
are there anybody that need help? I mean, obviously there's what's his face, Barden.
All right then. Where to?
Anywhere in Grand Trad that needs anything. Doesn't look like it.
See there.
What now?
I don't know what to do. Alright. How many fucking days do we have till this fucking thing? I guess we can check out the Coliseum and see how that works and what all that shit is for the first time. Let's see if I have enough beetles too, I guess, while I'm here. I think I'm one short, but you never know. In which case, I don't know where it's at.
Hey there.
Why can't you just tell me when I
Hey there.
Who? I thought somebody gave me one. Hey, well, that doesn't help. Alright, let's go to the Coliseum.
Yeah?
What do I get? What do I get for fighting? Fighting around the world. Oh, what up? Ranked league tournament. Certification battle. Oh. Special monsters. A body as hard as rock and temper worse than that. A fearsome beast. Quickly win. Sure.
Let's give it a shot.
Let's have a good, clean.
Let's give it our all.
Need to claim victory at the Coliseum and obtain the reward. The Manjula. Oh, Christ, the Manjula. What's a Manjula week 2 again? Fucking it. Ice, I think? I think it's ice. Ice and strike. Okay, oh, it's a Crag Manjula, thank God. What the hell are you weak to? Oh, not too hard. Not too hard, and weakness is strike skills. Oh, okay, well, we're fine with that. Oh, well, shit, that's easy. Let's just go in. We got Stroll. Go. I mean, I'm pretty sure I can stabby stab too if need be.
Let's have a good, clean fight.
Alright, let's beat it, chat. What up, everybody? I'm here to kill a cat. Hey, big guy.
All right. Let's show him what we can do.
Assassin!
Well, first off,
Rancor!
lose some of that. Oh my god, I'm doing a lot of damage. Uh-oh.
Shine!
Hold yourself
Ain't
together.
no way! He had...
Show him what we can do.
His evasion's down!
Darker arts.
Killing me.
Observe the with blade in hand.
Evasion down my ass. Thank you.
Now, what's the... Are you prepared? I'll crush you!
Hit your weak point.
It's
Keep it
okay.
up, Stroll.
Let's work together.
All right, let's go!
Doink him.
No holding back.
Yeah, I know he resists, but I want that defense down. Oh, that's it? Oh, this is nothing.
Face me!
Let's
Rancor!
make that last longer in case it doesn't last past this turn.
Oh, healing power.
Oh, power of heroes.
Worthy foe after
I shall
all.
fight as the noble I am. Give me your aid! I call upon royal power within!
Hit your weak point.
Let's
Keep it
stay
up,
calm.
Stroll.
Is there another way? I'm all prepared. Not this. I won't hold back. Lightning.
Don't get sloppy.
Bro, what is with this guy dodging?
What's happened?
My strength.
My mind fades.
Oh my god.
Ty's Mace in a daze. He's gonna have trouble aiming.
He'll be fine.
Some darker arts.
What's in it? Work on your aim,
I stand
Heismay.
ready. To you.
Now, are you prepared? You'll be dust!
Asshole. What's the point of evasion down? There's no point to it. No point to it.
Not bad, if I say so myself.
Ugh.
Not bad at all.
In my ass.
I shall rise to the occasion. Bravo!
Easy enough. Pass the certification battle. You've officially earned your place in the rank. Take your rank insignia and your rewards. Easy enough. And 25k for that? You only miss half the time instead of all the time? Listen, chill, Sarah B. That motherfucker was dodging me like mad. In Rank League, you participate in challenges against your same rank tier. Since you've only just completed certification, you're at Bronze 3. Oh no, I'm just playing Overwatch early, chat. Oh no. Oh no. The greatest battle in Colosseum history? Fortune's Grasp. Full Moon Petal. Oh, okay. Gambler's Manual. Don't give that to Chad. You're a talented bunch, so keep taking on the rank league.
I see. Well...
Wait, you get courage for doing this too? We're going to bed for that? We had what? We do more than that in dungeons. Oh my god. We're doing well, sir. Brigitte, listen. As much as I want to go to Alonso right now, we're beelining Brigitte because I want whatever that merchant thing is. Sorry, chat. Oh, what up? I am. Alright. Thanks, dog. Add in 50 seconds, chat. Rate those ad blockers. They didn't expect you to show up. You hear the criers?
Everyone!
The anti-igniter terrorist hideout has been burnt to the ground. The local village in front, a front for criminal fiends, torched thanks to renowned igniter merchant Lady Brigitte Lyakon.
At this time!
Those fearmongers cried the dangers of magic igniters and planned to raid our royal capital, Grand Trad, once it's... No, they burned down the village? What the fuck?
Hear ye! Hear ye!
They've been brought to justice through the overwhelming power of magic igniters. Oh, no. Assholes.
What?
What do they mean burned to the ground? As the crier says, that entire village went up in a sea of fire. Oh. I didn't do anything. People I met then at the village, they're dead now.
Those people.
There were no anti-igniter group. It was a Sanctus church, or rather those who perform its dirty. They want the world to see that igniters are the only defense they have against violence around them, so they set a village ablaze to prove their point. And by taking my dog, they made me a tool in their scheme, making it look like the work of an anti-igniter group. They knew I would set out to slaughter those responsible. Even though you stopped me before anything happened, someone else raised a village and named me responsible.
Right?
In short, this is a warning. From here on, they'll ask nothing less than total, unquestioning obedience.
Hang
Giving
on.
in. Do I have any other choice? This world is a horrific place defined by inequality and intolerance. The ones who shaped it are the wealthy few who sit at the top, in other words, the church.
In those days.
I had friends of my own when I was a child of poverty. Even through all the sludge and mire, we survived together, broke bread together. They all died slow. Starvation or torture took them. The Sanctus Church wheedles the strong. Wheedles? Pokemon? The strong and takes from the weak, their wealth and their lives. Remember holding their cold bodies in my arms. That's when I decided, from then on, I'd be the one doing the taking. If the weak always die, if they'll lose everything, then I'd become strong, and I'd be on the side that takes. I wouldn't let anyone steal what I had. I swore it. I threw away my heart, I threw away my hope, and now I've clawed my way here, made myself an underling of the same church that killed my father. Still, even once you climb out of hell, there's only another circle of it waiting for you. Never ends. How far must I fight? How much must I take from them to ensure they can no longer tear things from my grasp? You'll be your head next, so I'll be the church's slave. I'll be whoever they need me to be. That won't change anything, dog.
But...
Shut up!
Whoa, chill, bro. With all you must have been through, how can you live a life like that and still believe in light in this world? Why won't you let me give up? Aw.
Why? Why did you?
Exchange rate's even better? Whoa, I don't have any right now regardless, so I gotta grind, but... Eggy, when you think of this world you want to create, what do you imagine there?
Right.
Hope. Sounds like a country too bright for me. I wish I could have a heart like yours, strong and...
Time marches on, and the age of a
Uchi,
new
what
king
are you
draws
barking
nearer.
at out there?
Well then.
Oh, big rain.
Well met, eh? Wonderful.
Why am I running?
Where to?
Just put me at the
Let's go.
healer. Welcome back, chat.
Young man! Young man!
Now what am I to
Stop!
Hang on. Isn't that? Let's see.
Wonder what 5,000 will
Now
get
what am
us
I to do?
if I were to just hemorrhage some money.
Got a deal on today.
What's it, like 10 now? 9? $11? Holy shit, how much could I get for like all my money? 56? Let's grab 1,000. Quick extra little bit of cash. In case I need to buy shit. Okay, I literally have nothing to do. But, like, go out and, like, forge, like, relationships and shit. I literally have nothing to do for days upon days in-game. How many at 4 hours in? Chat, should I start Overwatch early and get angry before the people join me that are gonna play? But I pre-anger myself. Grind out some EXP money? Bro. Oh no, if I'm taking these days, I'm going to fucking get my social fucking bonds up. I've played enough Persona games to know that if I got time after doing dungeon stuff, I need to get social shit out of the way, so I don't have to get social shit done, you know, last minute. And I love the grind. Hey man, I think we've every dungeon we've done so far, we've one-shotted. It's not that I don't mind. It's not that I don't like grinding. It's just this game has kept me busy without needing to grind, you know? Which is also a plus. Like, every time I've done something, I haven't had to, like, some fights have been tough, don't get me wrong, but it's not like I'm struggling through dungeons and I'm still clearing them in one go. I think just because I'm well prepared, you know? Which I think this game does a little bit better, I think, than Persona. I think Persona's bad at it. Obviously, Atlas is good at what they do, but I think it does the bond system a little better than Persona does the social link system. Like, I feel like sometimes with social links in Persona, you're too restricted, if that makes sense. Like, oh, you can only do this thing on this day, with this time, with this person, and if you miss that day, that time with this person, yeah, you're boned. You know? And with this, it's like, well, for the most part, you're gonna, if you have Brigitte, she'll be available at night if you need to go see her. Maria's available almost every day if you can go see her, you know? Seems like Barden's the same way over in Martyria, so you can go see Barden, like, in the daytime almost every day, you know? So I think it's both less managey and a little easier to be like, oh, well, if I need to hang out with this person, like Heisme, I know it'll be at night. Doesn't necessarily have to, I don't necessarily have to know every single day, but I can check every night and not, you know, feel like I'm losing out. Oh. But okay, hold on. Oh yeah, if you've ever played any of the Persona games, it's very much like that. It's like on Tuesdays and Thursdays and Fridays at night, you can only hang out with this person in a certain place, and that's the only time you can see them. You know what I mean? Rather than, oh, at nighttime you can check to see if this person's good, even if, you know, even if you might not be good on that day, at least you know, hey, they're ready, and it gives you a good idea. Hey, I can just go do this, you know? I think it's helping me right now that I literally have every fucking quest done.
What now?
Like, if you look at my quest, it's the relics, which I need to travel for. The more stuff, which is literally just grinding EXP if I wanted to do that. And then the overall one of, you know, the storyline. I think that kind of helps me that I've just gotten everything done with, as you guys can't see behind you and shit here, I'm going to turn chat off for a second. You can see how many days are left until the soiree that I was preparing for. There's still 10 fucking days. I've got everything done so quickly. There's still 10 days left. So, like, you know, I've just given myself an inordinate amount of time, and I've gotten all the longer, harder stuff to do done. So it's like, oh man, I could spend the next fucking 2 hours right now just doing social link stuff, you know? You know what I mean? And then take 2 days or 2 or 3 days in game of getting a little bit of grinding in. Which is why it's like, well, I might turn on Overwatch a little early, because I want to try and get to level 10. And man, fucking Blizzard, man, raising prices. Sneaky bastard. Like, I set aside $15 So I could be like, hey, I'm gonna get this All Might skin. And like, oh no, we raised the price by an extra $5 for items. I'm like, well shit, the first time I want to buy a fucking item from Overwatch, it's even fucking more expensive. Fucking cunts. Fucking Blizzard. Ugh. I do need to go get Poochie. Hmm. So 4 hours in, I should probably save. Hold on, I haven't saved in a minute, I don't think. Poochie is barking up a storm out there. Chat, I'm gonna be right back. I'll decide if I do another hour or so of this, or we'll just start playing Overwatch a little early. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get Poochie. He's barking like a fiend right now, and I don't know what the hell he's barking at. He's just fucking going out there. So I'll be right back, chat. Alright, Chad. I'm not fucking unmuted. I'm just gonna start Overwatch a little early. Because as much as I want to do this for 2 hours, if I get lost in the sauce for an hour and a half, I'm never going to want to fucking dip into Overwatch. So this is a nice break point for today since I'm almost 40 hours into fucking playing this game. Thanks, everybody. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to start and stop the stream just so it's fucking not a nightmare for me to upload a VOD to YouTube. And then I'll just play some Overwatch until everybody's around. I know Spartan's probably not going to be around, at least for like another hour till he gets off work, and I'll let B know that I'm starting up, and if she wanted to join earlier, whenever she can. What kind of sauce? Barbecue sauce. Either hickory smoked or honey barbecue. Those are the choices. So give me 2 minutes. I'm going to hit stop stream. I'm going to change the title. And then I'm going to restart the stream, okay? So nobody panic. Nobody panic. Or you can panic. I don't care. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. So chill. Chill. Chill.